Just open it and make.
تبوأ في العلياء مفتخرا، جسر لكل شغوف للعلوم سرى. البحث يا طالبا للعلم منفعة، فاجسر فإن أخا اللذات من جسرا. Across oceans and continents, ideas find their way to one another. And it's all because of research. Research is not only an answer. Research is a conversation. Research is a bridge. The bridge connecting minds, possibilities, and experiences. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, respected partners, and valued sponsors, welcome to the Global Student Research JISR Conference. My name is Batul Al-Qatari. I'm a finance student. I'm a junior. And I am honored to be your Master of Ceremonies for today. I have witnessed JISR since the very beginning, when it was nameless, when we almost named it KGY, as if the name itself is asking why this name, when we almost named it Spark and all the other names. But none of these names sounded suitable to me. I knew that with all the efforts and dedication, this conference needed something special. It needed something unique. It needed something truly beautiful. And effortlessly, it crossed my mind. JISR. JISR in Arabic means a bridge. And this conveys exactly what we are doing. We are bridging the gaps. We are connecting you students with the research field. Today, we will explore transformative ideas, share inspiring research, and discuss how we can drive positive change. The work presented here today not only represents the future of science, technology, and business, but it also aligns with some of the global efforts to solve problems that are issues in this world. Before we kick off this event, let's listen to some Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, and honored participants, it is an honor to introduce the advocate of the idea, the president of KFUPM, Dr. Mohammed Al-Saggaf. Despite his commitments abroad, he has made it a priority to be a part of the inauguration of the Global Student Research Conference, referring his dedication to supporting students and fostering global collaboration. A key part of Dr. Saggaf's strategy for KFUPM's transformation is his focus on enhancing the student culture and experience, ensuring that they have the right environment to thrive. His commitment to empowering students to take initiative, think independently, and strive for excellence is reflected in every single aspect of this conference. His support has been instrumental in making this event a reality, providing a platform for young researchers to exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, and contribute to the future of innovation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mohammed Al-Saggaf.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Our distinguished colleagues from around the globe, our esteemed scientists, and most importantly, our guest students, I welcome you to KFUPM and I welcome you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is really a pleasure to be with you and to host the opening ceremony of this conference, JISR Global Student Research Conference. And whilst I could not be with you in person, my heart is definitely with you, and I insisted that I convey to you this message and that I do open the conference no matter where I am. Today's theme is about disruption, about disruptive technologies and their impact on the globe. This theme aligns very, very well with KFUPM as a whole and its transformative journey. We at KFUPM are change agents. We are disruptors. We revel in change. We revel in making a difference. We want to change ourselves, and most importantly, we want to change the world. And part of the change that we want to make is to change the culture of our students. We want to unlock their hidden potential. We want them to be not only students, but most importantly, be leaders. And therefore, we have 7 habits that we developed that we said should be the 7 habits of KFUPM students. I'm not going to mention all of them, but I'm going to especially mention one very important one, and that is self-reliance. This conference came from the concept of self-reliance that our students must have. In fact, its history goes back to a meeting that happened between me and a large group of students, and I said, you guys should really take charge. Who here is going to organize an international scientific conference? And many hands were up confirming that they indeed accept the challenge. And whilst I admit that those who raise their hands are not the ones who ultimately work to make this conference a reality, it is a testament to our students that they take up a challenge and they execute and they succeed in achieving the objective. So disruptive technologies is indeed a fine and appropriate theme for this conference, and it reflects exactly the ethos of KFUPM and what it intends to do, and that is to change the world to be a better place, to make an impact on humanity, to improve the human condition. What is that most important trait? Again, it's self-reliance. Our students did everything. They organized the agenda, they collected funds from sponsors, they communicated with potential students for oral and poster sessions, they connected with faculty members from around the globe for keynote speeches and panels and so on. They did everything that we expected them to do. No, they didn't do everything that we expected them to do. They did even more. So I'm very happy that this conference has become a reality. Its importance transcends the conference itself in many, many dimensions, because it sets a new precedence for what students can do, a new precedent for student leaders, a new precedent for students who take charge, who show the university that they can deliver, and who show the university that whenever we make a bet on them, we always come out victors. Again, thank you very much for being here. I wish you a very informative and useful and also an enjoyable conference. Thank you very much.
That was an amazing speech. Students, let me ask you a question. Do you know what are the key components of a great conference? Leadership, dedication, and vision. This is how I would describe the 2 individuals who have played a pivotal role in shaping this journey. The first is our leader who has laid the foundation, and the second has helped guiding this conference forward. Please join me in welcoming the founder and the visionary leader of JISR, Abdulrahman Al-Eid, and the executive leader of JISR, Batul Al-Khalil.
Good morning, everyone. I feel honored to stand here in front of you, the leaders of the future of research. And I can't help but describe my feelings with one word: pride. Because what we have built here today is something truly special. A year ago, before we named JISR, we used to call it the International Student Research Conference. I know, very creative. And believe me, we struggled a lot to even name it, let alone build it. And I remember one day in particular, it was exam season, and I was completely stressed out. And I had this conference thing that is demanding my attention, constantly pulling me. And in the midst of all of that chaos, something funny happened. A student, just a regular student, stood in front of his mirror and started imagining himself months from then, giving a speech to an audience at an opening ceremony just like this one. He was simply escaping reality, escaping the exam he didn't study for. He was dreaming. Well, today, that dream is a reality. And believe me when I say, never even for once did I believe it would be this, not even close to what we have here today. The JISR message is not mine alone, is not unique or special to me only. It belonged to more than 200 students who took part of this journey, who are part of this family. So let me say this clearly: JISR is not just a conference, it's a message written by students, a message of empowerment, a message of possibility. Empowerment for whom? For us. And when I say us, I mean all of the students sitting here. You, the future of research. Us, the team behind JISR, and the students of KFUPM. And what is the challenge we faced? Well, it was the challenge of being an undergraduate student who have never navigated the world of scientific research, never attended a conference, never know how to get sponsors or how to communicate with international institutions. But despite all of that, despite knowing nothing at the start, they chose to take on the challenge. They chose to step into the unknown. They chose to believe they could. And what do we have here today? We have the first ever international research conference, solely organized by students from the ground up, with an incredible exhibition, various workshops and development sessions, a unique hackathon, and opportunities that months ago did not even exist. So this is the message we'll tell students everywhere. It tells students, you can make change. It tells institutions that students can lead. It tells the world, we are here. And this is why JISR message resonates. This is why we have a global network of students everywhere who are working to spread the message of JISR. And here's the thing, most of them have never heard of this place before, or didn't know anything about Saudi Arabia except one thing, which is oil, which is quite unfair. I mean, we also have a lot of camels and sands everywhere. But still, they believed in the message. Why? Because they felt included. Because us, the students everywhere, we are all part of one team, a team of passionate leaders who are navigating this stage of our lives with curiosity and ambition. So students everywhere, stand tall and proud, and welcome to JISR, welcome to a legacy in the making. And throughout the journey, my main anchor have been my awesome executive leader, Batul Al-Khalid.
Thank you, Abdurrahman, and thank you, Batul, for introducing us to JISR, the values of JISR, and what does JISR mean to the world. But wait a minute, have you ever thought, what does JISR mean to us as students and as organizers? Well, I thought about this question and I came up with, oh my God, a very long story. But let me shorten it. Once upon a time, there was a passionate student who wanted to leave a positive impact in the research field. That student heard about JISR and registered in it. They got accepted, they started working, but wait a minute. They didn't only work these tedious tasks, normal jobs, they were empowered. And when I say empowered, I do actually mean being trusted. That student found the confidence that they have been dreaming of for years. They found the trust that they couldn't find anywhere. And from a member to a leader, the journey was transformative. That student is standing now on the stage telling the story of many members who have been empowered and working in JISR for almost a year. Have a look here at my great team. Well, it's fine. Have a look at my great team, but actually the lens couldn't fit us. If you can find a lens that could fit 150 people, I will be grateful, because we needed to take 2 photos to fit everyone in the camera. But if there's something common between these students, I'm ready to have this challenge with you. Go and ask any organizer, what did you learn from JISR? Do you know what they're gonna say? Yeah, my great team, I love them. Do you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say, yeah, they deserve an applause. They're gonna say a common thing. JISR has taught us to build everything from nothing. I mean, at many times we were spoiled and privileged to have some data, to do some data analysis, but other times we really had nothing between our hands. And as leaders, I remember we would question ourselves, how are we going to lead our members if the vision isn't always clear for us? We took risks, we trusted our guts, and oh God, the journey was transformative, and I would say disruptive as our theme. JISR is also unique about a special thing. I mean, my girlies, it's obvious for you all, but for those who don't know, throughout the whole experience of, thank you so much. Okay. It's fine. A clicker. Yeah. Yeah, these are my great team, again. But if there's something common, like something unique about JISR, I would say it's the women empowerment in JISR. Now, these are my girlies, and we've been leading JISR for almost a year. What is good and unique about JISR is that they trusted us and gave us all equal, I would say, leadership opportunities. But if I'm going to summarize my story in JISR, I would conclude it actually in a sentence. JISR didn't only help us to look at the world in a different perspective and see the world, how it functions in a different eyes, but it helped us to understand ourselves in a better way and see ourselves in different eyes. So please enjoy the upcoming 3 days and love them the way we love this conference and dedicate it a whole year of our life. Please enjoy it, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Abdulrahman and Batul, for this inspiring speech and for pushing the boundaries of research and innovation. Researchers and conferences are not only about gathering, they're also about the ideas that challenge us. I know that we have some incredible keynote sessions lined up. Hazem, can you tell us more about this?
Absolutely, Batul. We've gathered some of the brightest minds, each with a unique perspective that is sure to spark fresh ideas, incite meaningful conversations, and inspire groundbreaking innovations.
This sounds interesting. I will not keep everyone waiting. Hazem, the stage is yours.
Hello and welcome everyone to today's keynote sessions. It is so exciting to have you all here as we dive into the future of innovation. or a treat. Now, we've put together a dynamic lineup of sessions designed to do more than just
that is normally considered boring. And when I started my undergraduate, I was no different. I found manufacturing to be very, very boring. Okay, I'm trying to get, yeah. But let's start from here. How many people know what game this is? Just raise your hand. So you see, all the young people know what this is, and all the people like me have to talk to our kids to know what it is. So this is a game called Minecraft. How many people know what's the name of this black material in this slide? Right? And so this is amazing, because this video game told people what obsidian is. And I'm going to start my story by telling you guys the story of obsidian. I know that if you want to finish Minecraft, you got to find flint, you got to find obsidian, build a portal, go to Nether, and beat the dragon. That sounds a lot like life. But really, obsidian has been around for a very, very long time. What you're seeing on the left is around 10,000 BC when our ancestors learned to use obsidian for spearheads and started hunting big game, which directly led us to where we are now. On the left, primitive tool, primitive manufacturing technologies, same material. On the right side, there's a company called Fine Surgical Instruments that makes obsidian scalpels. What you see on the right side, same material, different manufacturing process. This is one of the finest blades men have ever seen. And you can cut single molecules with the sharpness of these blades. On the other hand, another invention on the left, wooden wheel. 3000 BC, we kind of found out how to really make a wheel. But primitive manufacturing technologies, same shape. Look at what we have now. So in same material, different shapes. But here we have different material, same shape. And that's where the power of manufacturing really comes in. Manufacturing gives you the tools in any given era to make the things. Our Neolithic ancestors on the left had primitive tools, and hence they could only make primitive things. We now live in an era where we have modern computerized manufacturing that allows us to make radial tubeless tires that go 200 kilometers an hour. The average speed of the wooden wheel was 10 kilometers an hour or less. And that's where the manufacturing's whole promise is. It disrupts. GSR's theme is about disruption, and manufacturing is one main disruptor of the human progress. And if you look here, every time we discover a new material or we discover a new manufacturing technology, the world changes irreversibly, becomes something that it never was, gives a nation the power to lead. If you look at all these different ages when we discovered obsidian or bronze or iron or steel, one nation had the chance to redraw the whole face of the earth. And that's how powerful the manufacturing technology really is. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about our age, which is like towards the end, space economy and robots. We live in a place where we have ubiquitous information systems. We have robots, we have internet, and we have the power of big data. CNC. CNC is computer numerical control. It is the workhorse of today's manufacturing ecosystem. In this place that we are standing, the seats that you're sitting on, CNC has been used to make different parts. There are different advantages and disadvantages of this very old technology that came from Second World War, which is it's very cost effective. It has low raw material cost, high production rate, and everybody uses it to make parts. However, sustainability, climate change is something that is becoming more and more of a concerning issue. CNC is a subtractive process, which means we must waste a lot of material to make the parts. Limited design freedom. We can't really make whatever we imagine. Inefficient for some materials, and I'll talk about that in a second. So we live in an economy, in a world where we're thinking about going to space. And not all materials are created equal. In this graphic, what I'm trying to show is the cost, relative cost of mild steel per kilo to cost of some of the other elements. For the space economy, two materials that are very important, also important for the energy industry, is Inconel 625, 718, and aluminum. If mild steel was to cost $1 per kilo, Inconel costs $90 per kilo. Imagine the waste if you were machining using CNC for making Inconel parts. On the same level, not all materials can be made or extracted with the same level of energy. Thinking about sustainability, look at the cost of TI-64, which is a material used in aerospace and space industry. The embodied energy of that is orders of magnitude more than steel. What that means is every gram of Inconel or titanium that you waste, you are emitting orders of magnitude more carbon dioxide. As an engineer, one of the things we have to do is to select the materials. And for that, we have to compare different materials and their properties. In this specific graph, I want you to focus on the one that's on the bottom right. That is very near and dear to people in the space industry. We want to find out what material has the best specific strength. Looking at that, it becomes obvious that using aluminum or nickel alloys or titanium is a good choice. Now, if I was sustainably inclined, I would say that if I use these materials, I am going to emit a lot of carbon dioxide. I am going to waste a lot of energy. So what do I do? And that's where basically comes the promise of robotic additive manufacturing. For every avionics fan, aerospace fan, there's something called buy-to-fly ratio, which means that for one, if you wanted to make one piece, how many kilos of the raw material you need? If I was to use CNC on the left, for every 1 kilo of the final material, I have to buy 10 kilos of raw material. For additive manufacturing, it is just 3 to 1. Imagine the savings in terms of carbon dioxide and cost we can have. However, there are many different problems with additive manufacturing. Some of them are that it is not very efficient, it is very slow. So we have to find out what energy source we want to use. The other thing is we can increase the production rate, but then our quality on the shape badly suffers. And hence, what really happens is that while wire arc additive manufacturing is a very viable tool, nobody uses it. The problems that come in are complex digital tool chain, bad geometrical control, poor dimensional control, and something called a stair-stepping effect. Now, the places where this can be used is in aerospace, construction, space, and nuclear. Fusion energy is a big area of research right now. Some of the shapes and some of the materials that are used in fusion energy can only be done through additive manufacturing technologies. So we come to a point where we have large 3D printed shapes. This is from my research lab. Or large bridges even that are 3D printed. This is from a company called MX3D. But what you cannot get away is the stair-stepping effect, the bad shape on the right. And that's where we need to do something to make things better. And our lab basically works on bridging, as bridging is the theme for this conference, bridging the digital transformation processes that enable high-quality manufacturing with multiple collaborative robots. And we do this through a single digital thread which combines machine vision, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, and structured laser light scanning to allow a single operation to make machines intelligent, to be used in space, to be used on Earth in a way that anyone who can use the technology can benefit for aerospace industry, for oil and gas industry, and for nuclear industry. Here's an example. On the left, bottom left, you can see that the costing of making an impeller, which is used in pumps, which is used in fans, in boats. If you use CNC, the conventional machining, it is orders of magnitude more costly in terms of environment than using VAM. On the right side, you can see 3 main companies in the domain who are using VAM to build those impellers. However, what really matters is how we finish the part. Okay, I'm trying to play the video here. So, in my lab, some master students came up with an idea that we can maybe make a unified system in which we can look at the damages. We can detect any flaws that a part would have. Use laser scanning and AI to detect the damages, and from those damages, be able to seamlessly repair parts and 3D print parts while machining them at the same time. This allows us to make machines that are autonomous, machines that can go into the space and can work without the problem of human intervention, which is so problematic. Let me see if I can go forward. So, in our lab as well, we've done parts which use materials that cannot be machined, such as high chrome white iron, such as titaniums, which are used in the mining and space and defense industry. The algorithms that are used allow anyone with a high school degree to be able to use these machines, to bring those machines to a level where CNC machines were. Lastly, I want to show you a video of a robotic system that we made in our lab, which does simultaneous machining and additive manufacturing to bring net zero finished parts. So you see here, we've got our robotic system that has the large-scale additive head. It is printing a wing section of a UOV here, and you will see that the finish is very rough. Now you'll see, okay, sorry, it looks like we're having some issues here with the video. So what happens with this robot is that this robot prints the part, and once the printing is done, there is a machining head that comes in and machines the part right there. But yes, you can see it there. And then what really happens is that through this process, we can print the wing spars, fuselage, and any other parts of an aviation system. The science behind this is a merger of computer science and AI. We have a machine vision camera that generalizes the geometry in three areas, which is nominal surface, concave defect, and convex defect. And based on that, it makes sure that if there are any mistakes in the process that happen, they're corrected. In the end, what really happens, what I want to say is that 3D printing in its own self, while may not be a viable alternative, hybrid manufacturing allows people to be able to machine and to be able to 3D print the parts. Examples of that, there's a company in Alberta and in Ontario, Canada, called Nidus 3D that uses the similar technology that we have to 3D print houses which are certified. And the same technology can be used on the lunar basis and in the space environment. And lastly, what we are working towards is the quest for the space economy, where these systems, without any human intervention, would be able to manufacture the next generation of our space vehicles. With that, I thank you for your time and for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Ahmed Qureshi, for these insightful information. Now, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about sustainability. Our next speaker is a visionary leading Saudi Arabia's journey toward a more sustainable future. He is on the front lines, bridging social, economic, and environmental goals with bold, impactful solutions. In his keynote, Winning the Sustainability Race, Professor Richard Bush, Chief Environment Officer at NEOM, will take us through Saudi Arabia's groundbreaking efforts to harness research and innovation, redefine global sustainability, and uncover competitive advantages. Let's give a huge round of applause for Professor Richard Bush.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege and pleasure to join you here today for this conference. I'd like to first acknowledge the academic faculty, the students who have made this happen, the esteemed president of the university, and also to those that have travelled from across the world to be here. I'm originally from Australia. I've worked in China and Japan, Vietnam, the US, and also in the EU. And for the last 3 years, I've had the opportunity to be working in Saudi Arabia as the Chief Environment Officer for NEOM. And for those that may not know, NEOM is the leading project of the PIF for the 2030 vision to assist the nation to diversify its economy through the development of an entire new city and regional economy. So my background is in environmental science and management. I've worked in government policy, industry, and I was also an academic. But those days as an academic seem far away, so I won't be presenting a PowerPoint presentation, which you might be pleased about. But I do want to have a conversation with this audience about the opportunity that you have over these coming days and the importance of it for the global economy and for where we are. As a nation, as a global community, it's never been a better time to be alive. We have access to more choice, more freedom, more products, more opportunity to travel, more places to live, more things to consider and ways to connect than literally ever before. Never before this day has that opportunity been so great. But what we don't have is more water, more land, more soil, more oceans, more natural resources. And in fact, that is finite. So the great challenge, and one of the great challenges we have with NEOM, is how can we construct cities or how can we build an economy and a society that is not going to consume the planet. And in fact, our chairman, Crown Prince, our Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has nicely stated in our vision that he doesn't accept that the economy and nature are at war with each other, and that we need to find ways in which we need to harmonise development and sustainability. So with that, I actually thought the title for my presentation should be The Race to Global Sustainability. And I only want you to take away three things from this presentation. One is an awareness that you're in a race, and you're either racing to the top or we're racing to the bottom. And I'm proud to say that KSA has thrown itself into the race of being at the very front of sustainability and being very much at the front of the new world economic system, which is going to be based on competitive advantage that is going to be largely built around smart, intelligent solutions to how we're going to live and prosper. As a student or as a graduate, I want you to be aware that there are rich opportunities in how you translate knowledge. So my day basically involves coming to work with an amazing group of intelligent people where our board and our chairman and our leadership start the day by saying you need to think outside the box. Nothing in NEOM is standard. You're building a city for 9 million people that won't have cars, that will be completely renewable, which won't generate waste. Our ambition is that within the regional footprint of NEOM, which for those that don't know is an area about the size of Belgium, on the top part of the Red Sea, about an hour south of Jordan, will feed about 50% of the population. This is the vision of a future that is entirely disruptive to the way our urban system is working today. We're told to talk and think outside the box on a daily basis. So the challenge is not the knowledge. I sit before my computer every day and literally thousands of great ideas come forward. This year alone, for the academics in the audience, you might be aware that there was 7 million original journal papers published. For the inventors, there was almost 3 million patents filed. So I think the challenge for us as students and for academia and for institutions that are preparing the future leaders is how do we actually bridge the gap between knowledge and wisdom? So this gap requires the power of collaboration, and it also requires a greater global effort in terms of gathering or agreeing to where we need to go as a global community in terms of the vision and purpose. So wisdom doesn't come easily, and wisdom doesn't come before knowledge. So you're in the right place. You have to gain the knowledge first. But the true opportunity of this conference is to spend time speaking with people. The true opportunity for an educational institution is to shortcut the gathering of wisdom through mentoring, through collaboration, through global connection. So I really encourage people to take the time to speak to people that you might not normally speak to build those collaborations, to expand your knowledge and take you out of your comfort zone. And with that, pursue opportunities to translate your knowledge into real-world solutions, real-world opportunities. Because this, I think, is where the magic is going to happen. The gaining of wisdom also requires a certain level of risk-taking. I would say you have to be willing to fail. The other part of my job is an awareness that the ambition of NEOM is unbelievable. And we don't have the answers. We actually don't have a true understanding of what the end game is going to be. But what we do have is an incredible backing by our leadership and our board to take those risks. So what I would also encourage the students to do through the course of these 3 days and through their research journey is to not be frightened of failure. I heard today coming in the car that there's been lots of difficulties and challenges in organising this conference. I wouldn't call them difficulties, I just call them learning experiences as a part of putting a little bit into the bank of wisdom. So I think I'd like to also just finish with a few points about creativity. So you can't ignore the fact that we need to have fun to be creative. It was pointed out to me, a lot of people were complaining about the folly of Amazon and SpaceX now racing to space, and they're trying to allow opportunities for very super wealthy individuals to fly around the Earth and experience space travel. It's actually no different, you might realise, to what it was like when the Wright brothers were working on the very first aircraft. That whole journey came about by two brothers that were excited by the prospect of enabling humans to experience what it would like to be a bird. They took the design of the bird, or they studied nature, and they came up with engineering designs, and they basically built the first aeroplane. They did it largely through passion and fun. They funded it through joy flights of rich and famous, and they never envisaged that we would have a global network of aircraft and regular travel as though we're walking down the street for many people. The same can be said for Facebook, the same can be said for Google. Facebook, as you know, it's well understood, it was a few students in a dormitory room in Harvard that just wanted to extend their friendship group. Google was an interested group of people that wanted to share their passion around a particular topic. Those two things have completely changed the planet, completely changed how we connect with people, how we reach into the minds and hearts and souls of those that we want to work with, and understand those that maybe we don't want to connect with, and we can unfriend them. So I hear that I'm a group of students. A little fact you might like to ponder, just as I come to the end of this presentation, is that more than half of the Nobel laureates that have been awarded to people that come up with their idea when they were a student. So what you're doing today might seem quite small for you, but it could actually change the world in very profound ways. So don't underestimate your capacity. Please take this time to be creative. Don't underestimate the importance of your work and the importance you will play into the future. This is a fun time, a serious time. Someone like myself who's working in, I would believe, one of the most exciting future-focused city developments anywhere on the planet. We're looking for people that are creative, playful, serious, and wise, with a deep sense of knowledge, and I'm sure that we'll find them from this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Richard. So as we continue this fantastic event, I'd like to take a moment to shine a spotlight on the incredible sponsors and partners who make all of this possible. They're the driving force behind today's success. And to tell you more about their invaluable contributions, I'm handing things over to my colleague, Sana. Sana, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Hazem. I am Sana Ammar, a sophomore computer science student at KFUPM, and it's truly an honor to stand before you here today at Jisr. This event would not have been possible without the great contributions of our sponsors and partners, who share our vision for advancing research and fostering innovation. Our sponsors and partners have played a vital role in making this conference a reality. Their contributions helped us create an environment where knowledge thrives, ideas flourish, and future leaders are empowered. And now, we would like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude and formally recognize their support. Kindly welcome Dr. Ms. Dhahrani, President of Academic Affairs, and Dr. Khalid Al-Anzi, Dean of Students Affairs, to give the awards for our sponsors. We extend our appreciation to our main sponsor, Saudi Aramco. Please join me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. Thank you. We extend our appreciation to our premium sponsor, Ma'aden. Please join me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. Thank you. We extend our appreciation to our knowledge partner, ITRA. Please join me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. Thank you. We extend our appreciation to our knowledge partner, Center of Excellence in Development of Nonprofit Organization. Please join me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. Thank you. We extend our appreciation to our knowledge partner, Chaos Academy. Please join me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. We extend our appreciation to our creative partner, Kerex. Please join me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. We extend our appreciation to our media partner, Jabal. Please help me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. And finally, please, we extend our appreciation to our cultural partner, Hislo. Please help me in welcoming the sponsor representative to the stage. Once again, on behalf of all JISR members, thank you for your support. Your belief in this conference fueled our passion to push the boundaries of research and innovation. As we wrap the first day of JISR, we want to thank everyone who contributed to today's success. But this is just the beginning. We look forward to another day filled with innovation, connection, and discovery. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for being here on the main stage and joining us. Please enjoy the lunch break, the catering outside, and please enjoy then the exhibition. Please love it the way we love it. Thank you. Test.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have all enjoyed the break and had the chance to grab a refreshment or stretch your legs. And we're so glad to have you back with us and as we dive into the next exciting part of our today's event. Now, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our incredible panel of experts who will be sharing their experiences and perspectives. I hope you find the discussion both enlightening and inspiring. I'll leave it off with Engineer Mohammed.
Greetings to all of you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great lunch, and I hope you don't sleep in our panel discussion. Please, I would like to welcome you all. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this exciting panel. My name is Mohammed Mahasna. I'm chemical engineer, graduated from KFUPM. Our panel discussion at Global Student Research for 2025 today we will be exploring a topic at the forefront of innovation and sustainability, AI-driven data, empowering future leaders to drive a sustainable economy. Artificial intelligence and data analytics now are utilized in industries. From energy to urban planning and shaping how we approach sustainability, the intersection of AI and leadership is more critical than ever as we work toward building a future where businesses thrive while preserving our planet. We are honored to have two distinguished panelists with us today, each bringing valuable expertise in AI, sustainability, and business strategy. First, I will introduce to Ms. Herman. Ms. Herman Mehta is a globally celebrated technology leader and innovator with a career spanning over 28 years in different 40 countries. Herman has unparalleled expertise, digital transformation, and building tech products, platforms, and new technology-led businesses. She has a deep background in artificial intelligence, have studied AI and design thinking from MIT. She has been recognized by Economic Times as a top 10 global woman in the telecom and tech industry, and awarded the Woman of the Decade in Innovation and Leadership by the Women Economic Forum. Most recently, Ms. Herman is the Chief Digital and Innovation Officer at PT Group. Please welcome us, Ms. Herman. Please. Now, for another panelist, Dr. Akram. He is a managing director and partner at PCG, based in the Middle East. He leads the smart cities topic in PCG globally and is a core member of the senior leadership of technology and digital advantage and the public sector practices, with nearly 20 years of experience in consulting, telecommunications, and technology. Since joining PCG, Dr. Awad has been focusing on shaping tech and digital agenda for a diverse group of leading clients, mainly in the Middle East. Most recently, Dr. Akram has been advising senior clients and leaders in the Middle East by unlocking the value of national data through AI to advance economics and societies. He is also driving smart city strategies, developments, and activation at national and city levels. Please welcome Dr. Akram. So over the next hour, we will be having a panel discussion with our distinguished panelists. We will dive into key questions surrounding the AI roles in sustainability, responsible data-driven innovation, and how emerging leaders can harness these technologies to make a lasting impact. So let's dive into it. So our first question will be mainly to discuss and set the stage. How would you define the role of data in shaping a sustainable economy? And why is this more important than ever today in today's business landscape?
So I'll kick it off. See, for someone like me, I've been in data and AI for almost all my career. So for me, data is and always was like fuel and oil. And I really feel it's increasingly becoming the differentiator, especially in today's economy, because as technology is advancing, it's making easier for new companies, startups, large companies to do more and do more efficiently. So people are going to continue to use the same technology all companies are using. So what is the differentiator? The differentiator is coming from how well you're using the technology, how well you're using the data, and it's becoming the difference between why one company does really well, reaches its customers better, and is able to analyze better. The second thing is, I think within in these tough economic, geopolitical environments, it is really, really important that leaders are making data-driven decisions. And that can only happen if you've got access to the right data. So data is something that you've got to really keep very pure, but democratize the use of as much to really get the most out of it. And then the third part that I would say why it is really, really important is because if you look at the top, just the top 4 or 5 companies around the world, the mix of those has dramatically changed from what it was 25 years ago to what it is today. The largest trillion-dollar value organizations are now built from the power of data. So there is something about that, whereas 25 years ago, almost all the top 5 were basically oil, petroleum, gas. And today, 1 or 2 remain, but we'll see in the end of the decade what will be the real differentiator. And it's not because that's not important, it's just that the world is indexed on something that they feel is even more important. But the biggest thing is how to use it and harness it as a differentiator.
Indeed, and maybe let me build on what you said, Harmin, and focus more on the element of sustainability. Sometimes we see sustainability as just an overhead to manage in an organization and an obligation rather than an opportunity. But let's just take a step back and see basically what are really aligns between what we actually want to achieve and what sustainability in the data-driven context give to us. If you go back a few decades ago, we were talking about the economies of scale. So basically those who win are those who could produce more at lower cost. We then get to the digital economy where it's about developing as many digital products and services. Today, we are in what we call the learning economy. And in the learning economy, it's all about how to move fast and fail fast and make iterations with the shortest possible periods. Now, as you do that, your chances of success will depend on you being able to learn very fast during these cycles, and learning means data, and applying AI to that to get the right insights to form basically the next step you're going to move, as well as reducing the margins of error, because with every error that you make, you're basically increasing the cost of you advancing further. Now, concretely, what does that mean? When I move fast, it either means I'm improving my bottom line, I'm looking into data to look into rooms where I can improve the efficiency of my production, where I can reduce the cost, or identifying opportunities in which basically I can innovate and look for new things which would improve my top line, basically things that I can sell more or produce more that are actually relevant to the market if I have the right data to read the market in the best way. And now let's go back to sustainability. What does sustainability give us? It's exactly that. If we actually focus on getting our business and our organization sustainable, a big part of it is about improving the efficiency, improving the resilience of our supply chain, and always look for new ways of innovating and doing the business that are different from the traditional ways of doing it. Which is why, even in our data and analysis in BCG, we find that organizations that commit more to their ESG agenda, which at the heart of it is sustainability, tend to actually do better in the business than those who ignore that part. So I want you to think about that as sustainability in the context of a data-driven economy and the learning economy is not just a side mission, but at the heart of winning in the 21st century and in the learning economy.
So, Ms. Herman, you said that the AI was like oil and fuel for you, and for the last years, the oil was in the top 5. So now, how we can relate that from your experience? How can the businesses utilize the AI and data to make the balance between profitability and sustainability?
I think I'm a very big believer in the circular economy. And I think that is where most of the industries, most of the companies, and basically as a society we need to move towards. Making data-driven decisions to be more efficient, like Akram said, to be more, to actually fail fast, learn fast, innovate fast, do all of that. But once you build something, it has to be the cycle of manufacturing, using it in practicality, recycling it, and reusing it. That is a circular economy. And we've got to find ways, and that's where sustainability is becoming far more essential, because if we didn't do that, then you are actually depleting resources. Now, the difficulty is in the energy sector, especially when it comes to oil and gas, the recyclability is lesser or not there. So they're using data and AI to actually create more efficiency. If we could do a lot more with lesser, the same resources that we have on planet Earth could last 2, 3, 4x more. That level of, and that's why it's a different kind of a circular economy, where it is every industry that is the customer of the oil and gas industry actually using the right data and sharing data between them, so that we are creating end products which are far more efficient. Even a 10% improvement in efficiency of doing more with less is basically going to mean that if all our resources were going to last a few 100 years more, well, they'll last another 10% more. And if we can really keep improving on that, it's going to make a substantive difference to humanity. And the other piece is that the next generation has to think much more about sustainability than probably the previous generations did. Because a lot of what we have done over the past is in order to solve today's problem, we have created more problems for tomorrow. And we are now halfway through tomorrow. So if we don't really start making different decisions today, we are going to have a very different future. I mean, if you look at, I live in London, and one of the biggest, water is one of the things that worries a lot of UK. And you see, UK is surrounded by water. It's got oceans and water. It's an island on every side. But still, it's the usable water, and being able to create that at the right cost, with the right use of power, not over-generating, and the wastage, it's one of the highest wastages in the world. And in fact, I don't know if you guys know, but UAE is the highest consumer of water per citizen in the world. And at the same time, countries which have much more access to water, it's no different. It's not that they have water in abundance. So there is something about preserving a large part of the natural resources, but at the same time, creating that sustainable economy. And the biggest power of that is through a circular economy. And we can create that both within the industries and then cross industries as well, because every industry that does that is going to actually create a benefit for the natural resources and oil and gas industries.
Thank you, Ms. Harman, for your answer. So we can say that the impactful strategy is circular economy.
Yes. It's one of, I mean, I'm a very big believer in circular economy. And I think it starts in everyday life. It starts from, you look at the food waste. If any of you ever get an opportunity to go to Berlin in Germany, there is a museum there. It's called the Futurium. It's built on the future. I have never seen, it's worth a research whether there are many museums built on future, because most of the museums are built on past and on history. So it is one of the only museums I've visited. It's called the Futurium as well, because it's focused on the future. And I went there, we were holidaying and just to visit, because we love going to museums. But we ended up spending an entire day there. It is one of the most thought-provoking places on planet Earth. And it actually tells you, what are we doing? What are the problems we're creating? If you look at things like how much food waste we create, how much water, energy, chemicals go in growing food, and then we waste it, and then we have to recycle it. Then in that recycle, again, the same energy is consumed. So the good thing is that at least the more we recycle, the better it is. But at the same time, we are still burning a lot more than we need to. All of us can live our entire lives in exactly the same way by just wasting a little lesser. And if everybody on planet Earth did that little bit more, this will be a very different place in the future. If we don't do it, this will be a very different place in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, now moving to Dr. Akram. You have said that learning economy and fast learning. So now how we can, what are the most impactful AI technologies that most recently emerged in the businesses?
I'll pick again where Harman left, which is, so first there are multiple technologies. There isn't one technology to say, this is the one technology that's really going to solve for sustainability and the climate and environmental and resilience issues that the world is facing. The very first category of technologies is actually the ones that allow us to understand our consumption behaviors. And when I say consumption behaviors, what I mean is at the individual level. For me, there are technologies today, there are solutions that allow me to understand within my household with AI how well I'm doing, how much I'm consuming, but what do I need to change in order to basically be more aligned with the objectives or more aligned with peers. For example, houses or households at the same size and the same location, etc. Now you can take that. There are today solutions and companies that are specialized in creating this visibility and transparency on the carbon footprint across the whole supply chain. We actually in BCG at some point we had a solution that we spun off called CO2 AI, that basically you can plug it into any organization supply chain and it will give you a lot of visibility about basically your environmental impact. There are global initiatives. There is one very well known called CDP. It's a project that basically collects and benchmarks the carbon footprints for different activities across different industries across the supply chain. So the very first place where AI can help when it comes to sustainability is actually creating this understanding of the impact of our behaviors basically on the environment. The next level would be those technologies that allow us to minimize, as a reaction of that understanding, the carbon footprint, the environmental impact of that. There are different technologies. I'll give you one example that I'm usually close to. Data centers today, they drive AI, and they drive a lot of the data. They enable a lot of the data growth, but they themselves are a big contributor today to the energy consumption in the world. There is a significant percentage of the energy consumption in the world that is actually driven by data centers, which ironically enable data and AI. There's a whole field of technology and in AI in particular to optimize the operations of data centers to minimize the basically the energy or the carbon footprints. There are other technologies, for instance, today, and I know KAUST, for example, here in KSA, are quite advanced in that to optimize increase the productivity of renewable energy, like solar cells, identifying using AI the best time of the day, the best angle in order to harvest as much solar cell as possible. Now, taking this further, there's a whole lot of technology, of AI technology field, which basically bring that generative cyclic economy or into the picture. For example, precision farming. Now, again, that's a whole field. This is not one AI. This is a combination of computer vision and deep analytics, identification of issues in the plants that can boost significantly and massively the productivity of vertical farms, which again can help with recovering part of the damage that we are doing, but also increasing the resilience of the resilience of our planet. Now, taking it even, everything that I mentioned so far is directly contributing to sustainability objectives. But there are things that we usually miss, especially when it comes to generative AI. You say, what would generative AI have to do with sustainability? Think about it this way. Today, with generative AI, we have AI and technology that can communicate with us as humans at our level that we can understand, we can respond to, and there is an element of trust. Now, this means that service providers, government entities, municipal providers, educational providers, healthcare providers can, for the first time, provide services to end users without those people having to go through the hassle of doing a physical trip to certain places to get the same service. Now, using generative AI now, bringing this a human level interaction is already saving a lot of mileage when it comes to driving and commute, which indirectly also contributes to saving the planet and helping with sustainability goals.
So, continuing that point, so we have different AI technologies. In parallel, we have many startup companies that will use AI technologies. So what are some challenges that they might face, and how can be integrating the AI to overcome these hurdles for these startup companies?
Maybe I can start, and if you want, Harman, you can build on that. I'm gonna share some general comments. A lot of it actually applies to startups here in the kingdom. I've been working here for quite a while, so I know that some of that is quite relevant. The first challenge is usually to do with data. Startups usually have an issue getting access to the right data at the right level of granularity and clarity, because the data usually doesn't come from the startup. It usually sits with the healthcare service providers, with the government entities, with the municipal providers, etc. And it's very important to establish the right mechanism where there is a form of trusted access to the data for the broader ecosystem. Because if these startups can actually develop solutions that work in the context of the country, then the owners of the data will certainly massively benefit from that. One of the biggest challenges as well is talent. Yes, there is a lot of programs today, both on the undergraduate and postgraduate and overall skilling and upskilling when it comes to AI in different parts of the world, which is, it's a recognized challenge for everyone, in particular here in the kingdom. I very much like, and I always refer to it as as a best practice actually here in KFUPM when the president of the university introduced something called the AI Plus curriculum, where every student, regardless of their background and specialization, have to take mandatory courses in machine learning and AI. So that certainly, is a very good starting point. However, there is still a challenge when it comes to the scale. How many people do we actually get? We have a big economy, a big country, so we certainly need more. And the readiness of the graduates. Some of the feedback that we usually get from the industry is that the graduates are not necessarily ready from day one to be injected into basically the workplace. There is usually a 6 to 12 months gap, so that's certainly something to be looked into. The third one that I would close here, and maybe Harmin you can add to, is the infrastructure. Startups need access to compute powers on the cloud, to GPUs, etc. With the shortage and the competition that has been happening in the world, along with regulation that restrict the transfer of data, in particular personal data, outside the borders, it's becoming more and more challenging for startups to train their own AI models, as well as to offer AI services, especially that today not many major hyperscalers, when I say hyperscalers, I mean the Amazons and the Microsoft and the Google of the world, have AI-capable compute services available within the kingdom, so they always have to rely on services being provided outside the kingdom, which again limits what they can do.
I think in my perspective, I agree with everything Akram said, but I would add, I think one of the biggest barriers is us humans as well, and in two forms. One is the good part of things like Gen AI are that it is, for the first time, technology is speaking the human language, so it's easy for all of us to understand and relate what it can do. But at the same time, the thought process of how much it could disrupt our lives, our professions, is actually coming in the way of us really taking on to mass adoption. But I feel there's a bigger challenge, and that's probably my question to people in the room. This is an audience full of researchers. I think one thing you've got to think deep in your heart is, how many of you are doing a research because that's the academic area that you've chosen? So you need to do research and write a paper, and you're hunting for a topic, and then you go and do that. Versus how many of you are doing that research to actually solve a problem on Earth, a problem for humankind. And the difference is going to be that your answer is not what you say to yourself today. The difference is going to be on the first thing you do when you graduate. If you choose to go and dedicate the rest of your life in something that came out of that research to really make a practical use of that research and change something in the world, then you're in the second category. If you did the paper and you're taking up a job doing something else, and you've forgotten about all the research you did to change something in the world, which is what happens to the majority of the students, you've done a great academic paper, but you've not solved anything. And the biggest inventions on this planet have, every single invention has emerged out of research of some kind. So don't waste the privilege and the power that each and every one of you has. The privilege that you are here and your parents and you yourself have chosen to invest in doing something and discovering something. Research is not done in areas where problems are already solved. Research is always done in areas where a problem is not solved. And there, the biggest burden is also, the biggest challenge is taking research. It's always going to be, when I walked around looking at all your papers, and some of them were really big, broad topics, some of them were very small, micro topics. But I could even, as an outsider, just walking around, link that if this researcher was working with that researcher and working with the third researcher, together they would have built such a powerful story to solve a problem. So the power of collaboration between amongst yourselves as well. So use the privilege that you have today to really do something and to change something in this world. The problems that we have to solve are far more than the problems we've already solved. And AI is just making it easier for us to solve those problems. You don't have to be the best developer today in order to be a great data scientist and a great researcher. You can use the technology to actually do that development for you and concentrate on the outcome. And that comes to my final challenge, which is, the challenge is, for researchers, sometimes it becomes the thrill of the hunt. And I was talking to many of you as we were discussing the paper, is saying you're researching something, it has to be a step towards an outcome. So the practical implementation of that, bring that up front in your research. It's great making materials more precise, finding solutions to a different biotech problem that actually has not been solved. But how is it practically going to work, and taking it, that's when research really comes to life, is when it's implemented. When it's companies like mine and people like me find something in that research and think, this is the golden nugget. This is the most valuable research that we can build industries on. That was the biggest difference between AI that has been around for prediction and precision for decades and Gen AI. Gen AI was focused all on the practicality of how every single human being could be using AI. And that is the reason why even some of the most advanced technologies developed less than 10 years ago took 10 years plus to reach 100 million users, and ChatGPT took 89 days. Because it was all about what is the end use and the practicality. So, besides everything else, it's always very easy to point the finger somewhere else, but one of the biggest hurdles is how we ourselves are treating both the advancement that technology can make, but also what we can do with it and take it to fruition and not just make it an academic exercise.
Thank you, Ms. Harman, for your this insightful talk. So
it might not be the most wise thing to say in a room full of researchers, but I had to summon enough courage and be brave enough to say it.
Yeah. That's why we want to learn from your experience more and know about the most significant challenges and opportunities you have encountered, and how the startups and researchers can overcome it.
I think, first of all, research by its very nature is very deep. You have to go really deep. So finding a way of abstracting to be able to explain how everybody else can use it, I think that's one thing where working with different companies, and that's the difference between, you need to be able to articulate that for a startup to even get its funding, then to be able to go and sell the concept to its consumers. So closing that loop is definitely one. The one practical thing, and as something that I've been thinking about for a few months now, is the more data and AI is going to become a differentiator for companies, the more I think we're going to need things like data exchanges, which is going to be safe havens where different companies can exchange data. And just listening to, and everything, I've just spent a morning here, but in half a day, my essence is universities could be the best ground to kind of create that first safe haven of a data exchange in a country. Because you have the purity of having research students being able to use the data, make it cross industry so you can do the correlation and practical implementation. But at the same time, you've got the power through what the faculty does, what the university does, through your patrons, through your sponsors, to be able to bring different industries and create a very safe, practical space where one industry, what is doing amazing stuff on materials, can exchange data with what's coming from oil and gas, which can exchange data with a startup that's really doing some cutting edge innovation, which can exchange data with somebody who's working on renewable energy. If you could create that way, you could do that cross-pollination, that's where the practicality is going to come. So that could be one great way of fostering up an entire multi-industry startup and big corporate community. And I think unis could do it much easier than anybody else I can think of. And the second practical thing I would say is really being, which actually Akram touched on really well, it's my philosophy as well, and it's going to come up in my keynote tomorrow, is the fail fast culture. Don't be afraid of getting wrong. As a researcher, the one thing you need to embrace most is failure. You know, there's a reason why Edison said that I found 10,000 ways that it doesn't work before he invented the light bulb and electricity. But it's really about, research is equally about knowing what doesn't work. And you're solving a problem that's not solved. So if it were already solved and it were that easy, you would there's 100% chance of success. But because you're solving and researching on a problem that's not solved, embrace the fact that you haven't solved it. But you need a lot of perseverance and persistence to keep going at it. And I think creating that fail-fast environment in a startup just allows you to learn very quickly and then pivot so you can continually make progress. And that's the third point I would say is, in these environments, especially when you're working in the unknown field, it has to be much more about progress over perfection, because you don't know what perfection is going to be. So as long as you're moving in the right direction and progressing and doing that as small cyclic faster motions, that's what's going to lead to something. I don't know if you want to add something.
No, I think you've covered all the key points.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Harvey. So we had different aspects for now, or till now, learning economy, circular economy, researchers and how they will overcome it, new technologies and how generation AI is solving problems in 9 days maybe. So to sum up all of these, Dr. Akram, what do you think and how can the local startup can be using the AI to global advancement and adapt to it? To specify in the region, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. There are multiple aspects to this. I mean, first, we don't need to reinvent the wheel on things that work. There are already solutions for many of the challenges that we face here in the kingdom, but also in any locality. It's really more about understanding them, identifying them, and bringing them and adapting them basically to the in the kingdom. Now that's the easier part. The second part is when localization becomes matter. When you tailor the solution for the specific context of the country. That's why, for instance, you see a lot of focus in the kingdom and in other countries in the region on Arabic language technology, like launching Alam, Sotek a couple of years ago, and similar initiatives in other parts of the world, because there is no point in especially in technologies that require interactions with humans to if they don't speak the language and they cannot understand the language of the locality. Now, having said that, there is some specificity in the kingdom and other regional countries, which is that we don't only speak Arabic and English in this country. To be truly inclusive and to make sure we unlock the power of AI, when language matters, we need to keep in mind that we have a huge percentage of expats who speak other languages, be it Urdu, be it Filipino, be it Hindi, be it etc. And this brings another challenge that maybe other countries in the world do not face, that our solutions will need to cater for those additional languages as well. Now, the third element is the cultural adaptation beyond the language. Just the way how things work in one country might not necessarily be the same way how things are run in another country. Let me give you an example. Let's say someone develops a solution, as we talk about sustainability, to analyze the recycling behavior of humans and make recommendations on things to do and things not to do. Someone might develop that in a place like the Nordics, Sweden, etc., and might work. And they bring the same solution and the same algorithms to the kingdom, and it will not work simply because people here have different ways of doing things, have different behaviors. So having deep understanding of the cultural elements and behaviors in the country and reflecting those in the design of AI solutions becomes very important for the success of those. So we said, adapt when things can be taken off the shelf, don't reinvent the wheel, localize for the language and the communication, and reflect the specific cultural context of your locality.
Okay, so now data and AI are increasingly influential and shaping our future. So how can businesses ensure that the AI will have ethical standards and promote fairness and support sustainability objectives?
See, AI ethics is a very big topic, and I'm not sure, well, actually, what I'm sure is we haven't got it right. I'm not sure what the right answer is, but we haven't got it right. And I think this reflects on, I'll give you small examples. I mean, as a region, this is a much more safer region than many other regions, you know, and many other countries in the world. But if you look at a lot of our youth, I mean, they'll go anywhere and the first thing they'll do is, whether it's food or somewhere, they post a photo on Instagram or Facebook saying, this is where I am. That can be used and abused. And at the same point, companies on the platforms on which this is done, their entire job is propagating that. So when you're propagating, you don't know whether you're propagating to a perpetrator or you're propagating to a family and a friend. And the more social media took over, the more both things happened. Your ability to reach anybody in the world increased, and at the same time, your ability to reach the wrong people also increased. The same is the dilemma of AI ethics. The more we use AI, the more we need it. But at the same time, there is an ethical boundary. Even today, a lot of the large language models we're talking about, they are trained in one country, written by people. If most of them are coming, if they were coming out of America, they're trained down by Americans on American data. And when you apply to different countries, it's the cultural nuances, it's all of those things that make us human, that make us different. There is a reason why all of us identify and take a lot of pride in our own countries, because we identified with a bit more. It is because our nuances are different from those of another country. If that were not true, there wouldn't be so many wars going on at the moment. And all of that is what is going to come in the data, that bias, and how do you remove that bias? If you're going to teach, the crude thing about data is, we will call AI unethical if it differentiates between a person from the East to the person on the West. But AI is learning that from the data, and the data is showing that actually humans are differentiating between people from the East and the West. And then the blame is on the AI. So, I mean, it shows our ethics as much as it shows the data ethics. So there is something about getting this right that I think we have not solved, but we need to solve, because it is very important that we are not injecting our own biases into the technology that we are building. And how do we really take them out? The second thing is, today, everything about LLMs you talk about is train your model to make it learn. But we haven't built how to make a model unlearn. If we don't find something is right, you can't make an LLM unlearn it. All you can do is give it more data to the contrary, so it learns and weights the other things more, but it never unlearns. So there are still many things that we need to solve for. But I don't have a crisp answer because I think this is a problem yet to be solved.
Maybe to build on that, here in the Middle East, we even have a unique challenge when it comes to getting the AI ethics right. Because if you go to other parts of the world, let's say to go to Europe, and you want to go wild in the thinking, and you want to do all types of AI, extreme personalization, etc., someone is going to stop you and say, "I'm sorry, you can't do that." You'll have people protesting outside. You will have all people raising the red flags, taking you to the court. Here, we have a unique situation. 70+% of the population of KSA is under 30 years old. We are tech savvy. We are hungry for technology, and where there is a big advantage, there is a lot of trust in the government, so no one would ever question, what are you doing with my data, or why are you doing more AI? Now that's fantastic from an innovation perspective, meaning any startup today can come and deploy and develop any solution and deploy it, and people will be extremely happy. The reality, though, it puts more responsibility on the technology developers, the designers, the companies that offer the solutions to abide by itself to the AI ethics principles, because again there would be less pressure from the market basically to do this compliance. Now, what can we do? Inclusiveness is a key part of it. We mentioned the language. There is a huge diversity today. When it comes to culture, when it comes to gender, when it comes to even the dialects in the different parts of the country, there of course all the biases that come with history. This country has been going through massive transformation, so we need to make sure that biases in the past do not impact or do not influence the AI that we develop today. Closing on the element of sustainability. Doing ethical and responsible AI also means doing green AI, which basically means that even coders and programmers, as they write their code, will need to think about the impact of their code, how efficient it is, how much energy it's going to consume. Even as we run and train and operate AI, we have choices today to think about, am I going to deploy my models on a green data center that operates on green energy, or I simply don't care? So all of these are things that every one of us in the industry or a consumer of AI can basically make decisions about to push for a more ethical, responsible, and sustainable AI agenda and behaviors.
I have finished my question, but it was a great session. I have learned a lot from you, and I enjoyed it. Now I will make the floor open for the audience if they have any questions. I think the volunteers have the mic. Yes, if you have a question, just raise your hand, and the volunteer will come to you.
Thank you very much for your panel discussion. It was very enlightening. I just wanted to ask, since you brought up the topic of ethics and with AI, do you believe that, or let me start with that, many organizations, even institutional organizations like universities, schools, and other fields, kind of start to reject or battle AI because of the ethical implications, especially in the educational field, as cheating could arise and other problems. However, do you believe that we should shift this mindset? Should we embrace, or should we put more regulations about AI? What should we do in order to address this ethical issue?
So maybe, because you mentioned the education part, so I also teach at university in addition to my consulting role. I actually encourage my students to use AI. But I tell them, when you use AI, do tell me that you used AI in X and Y, because yes, there will be consequences if I don't know. Now, yes, and again, I will still focus on education because it can tell us a lot about other things. What AI has been doing recently is really exposing issues with the way how we have been doing things. For example, The fact that I test my students by asking them to write a fancy essay about something, which they could now do very nicely with AI, even more recently with the deep search that just got launched by OpenAI yesterday, doesn't mean there is something wrong with the students or with AI. It's actually the way how I assume that this is the best way to measure the students. So AI is now pushing us to rethink the way how we have been doing things. There are a lot of inefficiencies. We have been pressing the wrong buttons, and now basically is the time to rethink a lot of that, and where it makes sense for AI to use or not. In fact, we should be encouraging more and more. I have children, and I encourage them all the time to use AI because it is the safe environment to basically for them to use AI with my supervision before basically they start becoming more independent. And you can take that concept and applying to any organization. Every organization should be using AI, should be pushing for more AI, should have the right guardrails to make sure that it doesn't go beyond control, and has also a way, as Harmeen mentioned, to take things back when things basically go out of control or in the wrong direction.
So you're asking a person who built a career in AI. I would say the universities should go all in on AI. And the reason for that is because it's human intelligence plus artificial intelligence that will create super intelligence. So it's not, maybe as a human being without AI, if this was your performance level and with AI it's this, we should encourage students to actually perform at that level and keep raising the bar and do a lot more. So expecting that you would still have the same performance with AI, that I don't agree with, because that enhances and it should be super performance. But I would say maybe this is the region to be radical and overly encourage AI and say, what is it that you can, here are the tools, now go solve the world's biggest problems. I am in that camp.
Thank you very much.
I hope I get invited again. Because I might not after this.
At least you didn't say you don't need universities because of AI. Otherwise, certainly both of us will be banned.
I'm a big believer in education, though.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for Dr. Akram and Ms. Harmeen for their beautiful speech. I wanted to ask, it seems like you both have opposite opinions on this subjective manner, but I want to know, do you feel like AI makes us more lazy, or does it make us less independent, or is it a force of nature that we should reckon with for the future generation?
Can I just ask, what's your name, sorry?
Abdullah Al-Saif.
Okay, can I just ask, does the car make you more lazy? When the car wasn't there, man walked for miles and miles. So if walking is your goal in life, then the car is the wrong instrument because you want to walk. But if your goal in life is to get to a destination, then your goal is to be what is the most efficient and the best way to get to that destination. If tomorrow it's a flying car that takes me there faster, that's the best way. If it's walking, sometimes, I live in London, sometimes walking gets me faster than any taxi. Then that is the best destination. In fact, I believe my entire life philosophy has changed since Google Maps has arrived. Because it has taught me the essence of life is, what does Google Maps do? You basically tell Google Maps, I am here, I want to go there. And it finds you the most efficient way of doing that. Imagine if I did that, if there was something that I could do that in my life and say, I am here, my life destination is there, get me the... I believe in the power of the human. And because of that, I feel if it takes you 5 hours to write a paper and you could write it in 30 minutes, the question is, what would you want to do in those 4.5 hours that you save? But the bigger question is, what could you do with those 4.5 hours? And there'll be some human beings who will just sleep, and maybe they'll be brighter because they're getting more rest. But there'll be other human beings that will put that to so much more. And if you look at there was a time when you could think you had to be, I actually thought as a kid that you had to be 80 years plus in order to win a Nobel Peace Prize. And today you see some of the biggest companies, startups were started when people were at universities. So the resources that are available to all of you and all of us today, our parents didn't have them. And the next generation is going to have more and more. So what more can you do with that? That is the question.
I think you will quickly realize that actually we're very much on the same page. In fact, I write extensively on this topic. I'm going to use it as a free publicity now, promo. I have a personal newsletter called 2063 AI Odyssey, which I focus on the philosophy of AI. And a big question that I try to answer is exactly what does AI means for all of us if it's actually going to start doing things, in a better way. My simple answer, and it's not simple in the sense that, there will be a lot of ramifications coming out of that. But the reality is that AI will continuously push us to go back to the same question of what makes us humans as humans, basically. What is our purpose in life as humans? AI will be more efficient. AI will do more and more things that today only humans can do. And at some point, AI will, and I think should, take a lot of our jobs. Now, that might scare some people, but think about it. Who said we were born to work? Who said we were born to plant plant agriculture? Who said we were born to build buildings? These are things that we as humans did as necessity, as part of our evolution over the thousands of years. Now, we have AI today that we created as humans, an AI with the right level of intelligence that can do all of these things for us. Now, that will free up more and more of our time. Now, that at some point will bring us back to ask the question, what makes us humans humans? What is special about us? Which will free up, as Harmin mentioned, more and more of our time. Maybe at some point, 24 hours of our time. Maybe we don't need to work because AI can do a lot of things for us. So the whole concept, many social and economic concepts will need to change, ultimately getting to the point of us getting to answering the question, what makes us special as humans? For some of us, it's going to be walking, sport, spending time with elderly, playing music, reading, learning, and we shouldn't feel bad about it, to be honest. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Karma and Ms. Harmeen, for this insightful answer. I'm truly inspired. Thank you.
I think the next question this audience should prepare, because this side is winning.
Maybe it's the same question. I want to ask, can excessive reliance on AI lead to decline in the essential skills for the human? For example, like writing. Personally, I feel like my writing skills is going worse now because of AI.
I was just going to say, maybe your writing skills are getting worse, but if your output is getting better, the goal is, if you're a writer, your goal is writing, or your goal is how well that writing is received by people. That is what you've got to ask yourself. If you're doing it just for the pleasure of writing, that's different. But most of us write for others to read. And if that quality is getting better, you should take a lot of pride in it. And at the same point, see that I would go back and say that, convert that more to writing is about expressing a thought. And whether I've been here and some of you have immaculate, most of you, everybody speaks English, which is remarkable, but some of you are immaculate. But some of you are not. But I'm enjoying talking to both kind of students equally as much, because it's about understanding what you are trying to say. You know, in one of my jobs in my career a few years back, I got an opportunity to go and live and work in Spain, Mexico, and Latin America. And when I got to Spain, I didn't speak a word of Spanish. I'm pretty fluent today, but I couldn't speak one word. And within 3 months, I was doing a board presentation in Spanish. Trust me, my Spanish was not that good to be spoken in front of the board. But I did it. Why? Because it was more about getting my idea across, and if that was a better way, because they were more comfortable receiving in that way, everybody encouraged it so much. That's how my Spanish got better. But it's the essence of what you are doing with it. So more important is you're writing something because you've thought of something and you're expressing. It's a mechanism of expression. So instead of saying your writing is getting bad, think about, is your thinking getting better?
I think to build on that, so the risk that you mentioned is actually real. It is valid, depending on what do you want out of writing. I call it the shift. So with AI, we're shifting from becoming creators to becoming validators. Those who are passionate about writing historically have, paid attention to every single word, every single phrase. They made sure that what they write is actually their writing that truly expresses themselves. What's been happening more and more, and that is the dangerous part, is that while I know what I want to say, I basically feed that into AI, and I get AI to keep iterating, and my job is to validate. And the risk here is that when I was the one writing, I wouldn't stop until I'm 100% sure of what I end up with. The risk with AI is that we are gradually shifting to this role of validator. We'll basically say, is this good enough to satisfy what I want to say? And that last perfection part is what we actually risk losing if we continue to heavily rely on AI, in particular when our writing is about expressing ourselves in a creative way rather than just getting the job done. For example, if I want to write an email, I don't care. If it's a job email, I would write what I want to say. If AI does the job for me faster, that's fine. But if I'm actually writing because I truly want to write and express myself in a particular way, then that risk exists, and we should as much as possible push back on that and find the limit with how far we should push the boundaries of basically saying, when do I say this is good enough? And the higher the standard remains, the safer we are as humans to maintain our creative skills.
And I would also say, just because AI is there doesn't mean you have to use it. If you still want the pleasure of you writing, don't use it. Have enough confidence in yourself saying, I'm not going to use AI, I'm going to be better than AI. In my organization, about 21% of our code is now written by AI. But I had one senior engineering leader who stood up the day I launched this program and I said, we are going to start embracing this. I want all developers to start using it as an aid, as a co-pilot, as a, whatever you want to call it, your own personal assistant, to get your code to be better. And he came back and said, no, I'm better than AI. So we did a competition. We said, okay, everybody who thinks they can write better code than AI, one side, they're competing against the AI, people who will use AI and become. I didn't care what the result was, because just think about it. I won in both scenarios. It was a win-win. If AI was writing better code, yay, my organization's getting better code. If the human is writing better code, yay, I've hired what great talent. So I don't think it's just because it's there doesn't mean you have to do it. Fast food is there. When we don't have time, we buy it. When we like, we make our own meal. It's the same thing. When you want to, it's there. What I'm against is, or not against, but what I don't like is I don't think we should constrict. So companies saying, don't use this, that bothers me more than saying, as a human being, I feel I want to do this. I want to do it with AI. I want to do it without AI. Your choice.
Thank you so much. That was a more than enough answer for me. But if you allow me, there is a small question. What about deep thinking and brainstorming skill? What's your opinion about the skills?
My favorite place in the office is the whiteboard. In one of my previous organizations, I used to write on every surface. So there was this guy who used to run after me saying she'll write on the floor, I would write on the wall, I'd write, and he would literally, his job was just rubbing stuff. So when we redid the office, I made the whole office, all walls are writable. And that is perfect heaven for me, because that's a way to brainstorm, is when you've got the problem, you bring people together. See, and in that, AI could be one input into your brainstorm. You know, when I do some, yeah.
Yes, please, but I mean generally, can AI affect in a bad way the brainstorming and deep thinking in people generally? What's your opinion?
I think if you treat it as an input, it's an input. See, what is AI developed on? AI is like, it's an intelligence based on a lot of mass data and mass intelligence. And recently I had to do some research for my job, and I used a lot of, a couple of LLMs actually to develop, help me do the research. And then one of the things, and I did my research, I concluded it, and then suddenly I realized that one fact wasn't correct. And I went back and I challenged the same AI, it was one of the most famous LLM models, and I challenged it saying, fact check your own recommendation. And it came back and said, oops, I got it slightly wrong. So it's, you know, that doesn't make the LLM a bad thing. It just shows that we are also evolving as human beings, how we are learning to work with the AI. The same goes for brainstorming. You've got to treat it in a brainstorm. When you sit around with 10 students and brainstorm, if somebody says something that's opposite to your point, that is the whole idea of brainstorming, is that you have different opinions. And if AI comes and says that, take it as one opinion. But have the courage to say, okay, I am different from the AI. It's how you, and I think we're thinking, and maybe Hollywood has corrupted us a little bit, that AI is, once it takes over the world, maybe it does take over the world someday, but in that world also we learn to live in a different way. So I am most encouraged by saying we've got to adapt the way we adapted to riding a cycle, to learning how to drive a car, to getting accustomed to rail travel, then getting accustomed to being in a plane. I mean, what is the sanity about living on Earth, knowing everything about gravity, to go and sit for hours in a tin box that is defying everything about gravity that we know to be true? That anything that goes up will come down, and we are saying, no, we will stay up. And we'll stay up for hours, and we'll build a home in there for hours. So today, if you feel it's very normal, when Columbus left to discover, he didn't know he was going to find America. He just went to see, is there something out there? That's what we are trying to do by leaving our own galaxy and seeing, or in our own galaxy, leaving our own planet and seeing, is there something else out there? It's just about, life has to be about exploration, about finding the unknown. Use AI to find more unknowns in you and in the outer world.
To build on that, maybe, you know, a lot of the studies out there, including coming from consulting firms, just to be clear, would tell you that the most demanded skills or the most critical skills today is, you know, AI and data science and so on. My view is that the number one today should be critical thinking. Should basically your ability to challenge the thinking, pushing the boundaries, question everything that comes your way, because that's what would actually allow us to advance knowledge in the world, especially, you know, with fake news, with the hallucination of AI. Critical thinking will be the one thing that you should not give away to anything, not to AI. In fact, I would actually encourage you to practice that more and more with AI. As Harmin said, I have a lot of sessions usually with AI. I just pick a topic and we start having conversation. I say, no, sorry, you're wrong, basically here. Let's explore it a different way. You can actually practice that, and that is something that you can even sharpen, and you should never let go to AI, because AI at the end of the day is just a tool. You just need to make sure you use it in the right way if you're equipped with the right fundamental skills.
Great answers from great speakers. Thank you so much.
It feels something that will fundamentally change human race, the way we know it, how we live, what we do. Even if nothing else, and it makes space exploration a reality, that has changed human race forever. So I do think we're on the precipice of something that's going to be fundamentally different. But where we will be in 10 years, it could be so dramatically different that I can't even imagine it today. And I really hope it is, because if it is not, then it is not doing justice to the intelligence part. Then it is only playing on the artificial part. And I really hope over a period of time the intelligence takes over more than the artificialness.
Maybe beyond the the incremental advancements in AI that we already see, like in Gen AI and visual computing and all of these aspects, I would watch out for 3 areas. One is embodied AI. This is basically when you start having AI taking physical shapes like robots and humanoids. I think we've seen already significant advancements of that in the past couple of years. We're going to see more on that. And we're not just talking about dumb robots here, which is what has been in factories, etc. for years. But no, smart, intelligent robots that can actually interact, and we're going to see far much more of that. That's number one. Number two is that I would really be looking forward to the combination between AI and quantum computing. We're making serious breakthrough. I think the next 10 years is going to be basically, we believe AI is going to be among the very early use cases of quantum computing, just because of the way how it works, which basically means that some of the problems, let's say in healthcare, in weather prediction, etc., that it was taking us years, if even possible, to simulate something that we should be able to spontaneously get to in a matter of seconds or minute. And the third one, and that for me that would be a huge paradigm shift, is as we shift more toward virtual spaces and with the metaverse becoming more and more popular, the power of combining AI and the metaverse is really going to be a game changer, because not only humans will be able to spend a significant part, or will be spending, especially the generations to come, significant part of their time in the metaverse, but they will be interacting with AI in a way that you will not be able to differentiate between a real human and an AI. You might be sitting in a virtual cafe with someone discussing something, when the reality is that just an AI marketing agent who's trying to sell you something. You might start a life with remote dating with someone, just to realize a few years down the road that actually that's not even a real human. It's an AI that is just so good that it interacts like humans. I think that will be a massive difference. Maybe it's not something that we don't see coming today, but I think the generations that come, Gen Z and beyond, are the ones that will make the most out of the metaverse, with AI being a key part of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think we are running out of time, but we will have one question from the middle one. Yes. The last question, and then we will conclude our panel discussion.
You are the man in charge.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the honor for the last question. My name is Zakaria, and I'm actually coming here from China, from Beijing Institute of Technology. I have heard a lot about your great discussion, and I'm very inspired by your contributions. That's first. If I can point my talk, is actually about 2 topics. First is about the government leaders. As we observe, for example, in the United States right now, President Trump is limiting the access for data informations governed only by the United States government for different countries around the world, which is also affecting some communities in some specific areas of research that are really relying on AI at the same time, and how communities are living in their environments. Personally, my team and I has got really affected to that because we are in space exploration. We're trying to build sustainable systems on planet Mars. So we couldn't get access to these data sets that was supposed to be open sources. So now we are not able to get information to this data. How we are supposed to react into that, that's from a side. And from second question, which is, I'll make it shorter, as researchers at a very early stage, like bachelor first year, how are we supposed to get an opportunity to get, a support from great leaders, from great companies around the world? Specifically, even if our research is really good contribution to the human excellence and human intelligence. It's really challenging for a student at this current rate. Thank you so much.
I'll quickly give my perspective and turn over to Akram as well. But I think on the first one, I would say is everybody makes decisions based on the data sets that they have and the problem they're trying to solve. What President Trump's trying to do is probably solve a different problem. The amount of geopolitical tension we've seen in the last few years, it is tremendous. And at the same point in time, there are certain problems within the country that he's been made president of, and catering for those few hundred people that he needs to go solve for, and this is one way of solving them. And it might be good enough for him for now. It might not be the ultimate thing that goes for the future. But my advice to you would be, write a letter to him directly. I am very serious. It's impacting you. Write a letter, tell him this is what is happening, and ask him that this is what you want to do, and what you're trying to do is for the world. It's not for China, it's not for US, it's for everybody. It's for China and the US and every other country. And do what you have to do for your geopolitical battle, but enable me as an individual, as an organization. Worst case, nothing will change. Best case, something will change. If you don't make a breakthrough, how did LLMs come about? How did this Gen AI came about? 8 students wrote a paper while they were in university. I happen to personally know 1 or 2 of them. And the way they started, and they went, and then Google, they all worked in, 6 of them worked in Google at a point in time, did a lot of their research there. That's how they found out. Google found out about them. They found out about Google while they were at university, and it's when they wrote their paper. That's how this whole evolution of LLM started. And it all happened in less than, 8 years, 9 years, around that time frame. So and today it's much easier. You've got social media, you've got direct access, you've got LinkedIn. How did I end up here? Zainab actually wrote to me on LinkedIn. And hundreds of people write, and you say no. There is something about that intrigued me. And I said, well, let's talk. That's all I said. And then a few months later, here I am. I've never been to Saudi Arabia before. This is my first time. Oh my God. That's so no corporate, no big agenda, no government enabled that. One of your students enabled that. So I'm very grateful to her for giving me this opportunity. So you've got to just start, ask.
So maybe for the sake of time, I'll just make a comment on the first question. See, don't get me wrong, I'm all in for AI sovereignty and nations building their own capabilities and securing their own capabilities in AI. However, I think we really underestimate the potentials and the risk and the disruption that comes with AI. And my point here is that AI is not something that we as a humanity should be competing for. We should leave no one behind on AI. We should not be competing on AI. The moment we start competing against each other as humans and as nations in AI, trust me, we will all lose. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our esteemed panelists, and thank you, our audience, for your sharing your questions. And now we will conclude our panel discussion. And I know the audience have more questions, and they are exciting about asking. But we will be waiting for you in JISR 2026. Hope so, Dr. Ahmed and Abdurrahman. Next year, we will see you here again, and we will have more speakers, and we will have more events. But we have 2 days, so enjoy in these days, and hope to see you soon in the events. Thank you.
Can we say a big round of applause for our new MC and host who's going to have his own podcast very soon?